Good morning. We're on the record. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases scheduled for today. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the parties choose to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I would like to apologize to the public for our late departure start time this morning. As you're aware, the board was on recess for about 3 weeks. And so therefore we had a lot of business to take care in our executive meeting this morning. All right. So the first case on our calendar today is case number 23 CMP 00073. Hewitt Ethiopian Restaurant and Market license number 100297. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Bisola Oni, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman. I'll check in the chat again.
Okay. Well, I'll just move on. Ms. Oni, good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Yes, good morning. Bisola Oni, Bisola Oni, Assistant Attorney General here on behalf of the government.
Good morning. I see that the licensee is not here, but it is not a concern for this type of case. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 10th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. And I just want to advise the government that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure on the part of each party to disclose documents or witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that other side from moving forward. Any questions, ma'am?
No questions.
All right, thank you. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00014 Kezera Lounge, license number 117490. Mr. Oriana, are there anyone, is the licensee online for this case?
Yes. Mekedes Yewalashet, your access has been elevated. And that is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Makedes Yelasatet. I apologize. Can you unmute your phone and do you have a camera to turn on, please? The licensee, can you unmute your phone and turn your camera on, please? Yes, ma'am. All right. Good morning. Miss Oni, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Bisola Oni, Bisolaoni, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the government.
Good morning. Miss Yahaleset, can you please unmute your phone? Unmute your line, ma'am. So you go on, you need to unmute your, yes. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
MEKEDES መቅደስ የኋላሸት YEHULASHET.
And what is your relationship to the establishment, ma'am? Are you the owner of the establishment?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. All right, Ms. Oni, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, just that the offer in compromise has been communicated and no response yet.
Ms. Yaldachet, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January the 10th, 2024, I'm sorry, at 10:30 a.m. Whose case is this, Ms. Oni? Is this your case or is this another?
No, this is Assistant Attorney General Hodgemiller's case, Alicia Hodgemiller.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, as you're aware, this matter is scheduled for a hearing on January 10th. January 10th. 7 days before the hearing, if you're contesting this by calling witnesses, and if you're going to have documents that you're going to rely upon, 7 days before this hearing, you are required to exchange those documents and witnesses with the government, and also provide our office with a copy of the documents, ma'am. Do you understand what I just stated?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question, ma'am, and I just want to make sure that, do you need an interpreter for this hearing if we go to a hearing, or is English fine with you,
Yes, I
ma'am?
need interpret.
And you need an interpreter in what language, ma'am?
Amharic.
Amharic? Okay,
Mhm.
so I will make sure that the agency provides you an Amharic interpreter for the hearing, which is scheduled for January 10th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Any further questions, ma'am?
No.
All right. So I will see you then. Again, if you're required, I just want to repeat this, ma'am, one more time. Since this matter is going to a hearing, 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange your documents and witnesses to the government and also to the agency.
Okay. እሺ፣ okay.
I know we have gone to a hearing before, so I believe that you understand how to do that. And ma'am, you can also, although we're going to have an interpreter, you can also let the agency know that if you need someone to speak for you or represent you at that hearing, as long as you put that, you can advise the agency that, yes, I'm the owner, but I'm authorizing another person to speak for me at the hearing. So you can do that, ma'am. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So I will ensure that we have an Amharic interpreter available for you at the hearing on January 10th at 10:30 a.m. Okay.
Okay. I'm done. Okay.
And
I'm done.
I'm sorry, you're done. I'm sorry. What were you saying, ma'am?
I'm done.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Have a good day. All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Now, hold on. I think when I for our board members is having some. I can see you, Miss. Can you hear me, Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant.
Yes, I can hear all the proceedings that are taking place. I just can't see anyone on the screen, including the licensees or the government representatives.
Can you? Why don't you log off and then log back in? Because I can see you, I can hear you. So maybe it's just an internal technical issue you're having. So why don't you log off and log back in and see if that problem is taken care of.
I'll do that.
All right, thank you. Miss Ani, I know that Heights Liquor is your case. That's your case? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there any preliminary? Just I'm just yes or no. Is there a preliminary matter in this case? Are we going to a full hearing?
We're going to a full hearing.
What I'm going to do then, I'm gonna do the fact finding here in the Nelly's restaurant prior to your case. And so that should not take so long. So that's what I will do. I'll do the fact finding here and then I'll come back to your case. Okay, if you don't mind. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, now I can see everyone now.
All right. Okay, good. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00076 Seven Seas Restaurant, license number 654. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
I think Christina Okura, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all term.
Thank you. Mr. Okura, can you turn your camera on, please?
Yes, good morning. This is Christina Okura, representing Seven Seas Restaurant.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Oni. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning. Bisola Oni, Bisola Oni, Assistant Attorney General here on behalf of the government.
Good morning. Ms. Okura, can you spell and identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Sure. My name is Christina Okura. Last name spelled Okura. Representing Seven Seas Restaurant.
Thank you. Ms. Oni, is there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, just that the OIC has been communicated and the parties are in talks.
Thank you. Then if this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 10th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. I would like to advise the parties that if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, both parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, unless you can show us some reasonable cause why you failed to disclose the documents, the board is empowered to prevent you from moving forward. Any questions by either side?
Just to confirm, this matter has been settled. My client accepted OCI.
I have not. The board has not. The board has not received this information for us to sign off on it. So
Okay.
until the board receives it and we sign off on it. So if there's a paper OIC, then the parties, it will be submitted to our office, to the board. The board will vote on it publicly and cancel the hearing. But
Okay.
until that's done,
Sure.
then but I guess the bottom line, it can be done now. So if the parties have agreed, we can put on the record and dispose of it right now. So is that something that we can do, Ms. Oni, or do you want to do a wait for the document in writing?
Yes, this is Assistant Attorney General's Matthew Brown's case. I think we want to wait for the document because there is another case that's coming up, and so
Okay.
there's a potential for a combined OIC potentially.
All right. So once the board receives, so this, as a step before, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 10th, 2024. However, if an offer in compromise is submitted to the agency, the board will review it. The board will accept it or reject it, and then if the board accepts it, then this matter moves away.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So may I excuse?
Yes, ma'am. It's over.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a great day. Yeah.
You too.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23-251-00006, Boulevard Lounge, license number 1153885. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Thanks. Theodros Gurma, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
Thank you. Ms. Oni, can you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Bisola Oni, Bisola Oni, Assistant Attorney General here on behalf of the government.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Gurma, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Theodros Gurma, TheoDrosGirma.
Good morning, sir. What's your relationship to this establishment?
Honor.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Oni, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, no preliminary matters. The OIC has been communicated to the establishment.
Okay. So, Mr. Gurma, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 10th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. If this matter goes to a hearing 7 days before the hearing, both parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses, meaning that if you're going to call if you're going to call in witnesses, and if you have documents you're relying upon, you then have to send a copy of those documents and witnesses to the attorney who's assigned to this case, and also send a copy of that to our office. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right. And failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, unless proper cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward, relying on those documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. So if there are no other questions, we'll see you then on January 10th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. All right. So what I'm going to do, Miss Oni, I'm going to go out of order. So and then I'll do the fact signing here, and then I will call you. So thank you for just standing by. Thank you. All right. The next case on our calendar, it's a fact finding here in case number 23-251-00028, Nelly's Restaurant and Sports Bar, license number 75240. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the licensee, the investigator, and any other witnesses, and I think there's a police officer, I believe, who will be testifying.
Good thing. Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Lieutenant Jonathan Fleming, your access has been elevated. And That appear Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Klein.
we'd also ask that Doug Shantz, principal of the licensee, be elevated, along with Alex Campbell, who heads up security. I think they may be together.
Thank you, sir. I was just about to ask that question because I did not hear the licensee. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. I will start. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andrew Klein here on behalf of Nellie's Restaurant.
Mr. Klein, although we know that everyone knows how to spell your name, but can you, just for the record, sir?
Of course, Andrew, last name spelled Kline.
Good morning, Mr. Mixon.
Good morning, Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, also counsel to the licensee. That's first name Cameron, Cameron, last name Mixon, Mixon.
Good morning, sir. Let's have the owners, can they identify themselves for the record by spelling and stating their names?
Yes, good morning. Doug Shantz, DougSchantz, owner of Nelly Sports Bar. And I also have Alex Campbell here.
Alex, AlexCampbell.
Thank you. Officer Fleming, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Hello, I'm Lieutenant John Fleming with the Metropolitan Police Department. First name Jon, last name Fleming.
Good morning, Lieutenant. Mr. Ruiz. You're on mute, sir.
Mark Ruiz, MARK RUIZ, ABCA investigator.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
All right. Thank everyone for your attendance today. This is Nelly's Restaurant and Bar, ABCA license number 075240, located at 900 U Street Northwest. The matter comes before the board for a fact-finding hearing at the request of the Chief of Police in a letter dated October 29th, 2023. MPD raised concerns regarding an incident that occurred at Nelly's on Saturday, October 21st, 2023. Specifically, MPD reports that a female patron was involved in a verbal argument with a male patron. During the verbal argument, the male patron dropped a handgun onto the floor, picked it up, and waved it in a threatening manner. He then left the establishment. According to the complainant, she notified the establishment security staff and then went home. MPD obtained video footage that corroborates the facts alleged by the female patron. MPD also confirmed that staff was notified of the incident, yet failed to call 911 or notify MPD. Without going into further detail, it appears that the respondent may not have handled the incident in a manner that would ensure public safety for its employees, patrons, or members of the public, thus the need for this hearing. This incident resulted in investigative report number 23-251-00028, which is the subject of today's fact-finding hearing. The board will first hear from investigator Mark Ruiz, who handled the investigation and authored the report, followed by 3rd District Lieutenant John Fleming, who represented MPD. Mr. Klein or Mr. Nixon, counsel for Nelly's, is welcome to ask questions of the board's witnesses, and then they may present any witnesses that they have with them will be subject to question by the board. And so, Mr. Ruiz, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes. First name's Mark, MARK, last name's Ruiz, RUIZ, investigator with ABCA.
Are you familiar with this case, sir?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this case?
I was assigned to investigate the 251 provided by MPD CCN 231777055.
So can you give us a background of what occurred?
Yes, so according to the MPD report, patron of the establishment reported another patron pulling a firearm on her, threatening, waving a gun at her. And then she left the establishment for fear of her safety. I had went to the establishment on October 31st after receiving the CCN to speak to the establishment, where I was able to speak to an ABC manager, Christopher Garrett, who is also the general manager and controls the surveillance video for the establishment. And he was able to provide me with surveillance video and the contact for the security company that is employed by Nellie's restaurant, which is AFS Enterprises, where I followed up with them on further details of the incident. I spoke to the victim of the incident, who described the incident as reported to MPD, and did state that she had left shortly after, not knowing where the individual was at the time and feared for her safety. And then after a few days, decided to report it to ensure that the matter was looked at. After requesting information from the security company, they provided me with an incident report that was written for the night of the incident, which detailed what occurred, the video that was also observed by the security. So the security for that evening on October 21st, they had security at the front door, 2 members, one conducting IDs and another one conducting pat downs and package checks, purse checks. Another guard at the exit door on 9th Street, and another one up at the restroom, and also observed a security officer roving throughout the establishment continuously. The through the investigation, security officer company was also able to provide reports, indicated that they had a scanned identification that was able to assist determining the patron who brandished the weapon. And I believe they provided that to the detectives investigating the case. Also received the surveillance video, which did detail the incident that occurred on the roof deck of the establishment, which is available for review in our exhibits. I also reviewed the operations from the establishment that evening. Appeared that they were operating within their license capacity, although the rooftop was crowded with minimal space to move around. It was determined that they were within their license capacity. View of the security plan does indicate that pat downs of the establishment for the purpose of detecting metal objects, including weapons, and carried by patrons would be performed as needed. Through the investigation, while observing the surveillance video of the suspect entering, as well as other patrons entering, I had observed the pat down process. The pat down process consisted of patrons being patted down top and bottom of arms and down the sides of their bodies, pockets, to their pockets and any coat pockets that they were wearing. The pat downs did not include the waistband area, the front or the rear, or down to the ankles from what was observed. And it's basically it. Investigation.
So, Mr. Ruiz, so you're saying that this establishment does have a security plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is there any mention in the security plan regarding weapons?
That just that they conduct pat-down searches to detect any weapons as needed.
So it doesn't explain. So it's not mandatory that everyone go through a pat down. You're saying it's as needed.
Yes, that's how I read the security plan.
Is there any provision within the security plan that talks about reporting our documentation of incidents?
Yes, it does have provisions for when a violent incident occurs. MPD should be notified immediately. An incident report to be completed by security personnel, and the staff shall attempt to defuse the situation and gather information, and then to assist the police. Emergencies, for handling emergencies. The personnel will help the individual to their abilities and will dial 911 whenever necessary. So that properly trained personnel will arrive to the scene. And if MPD needs to be contacted, the manager on duty or security staff will dial 911 for the dispatch and gather any information.
So when is it that MPD or 911 needs to be called? When specifically is it that the security plan mentions that?
When a violent incident occurs.
Is there any description in the security plan what's considered a violent incident?
No.
Is there any provision within the security plan regarding what action should be taken by the establishment if a weapon is found?
I did not. No, I did not receive one.
As in conducting your investigation, do you know whether or not security was aware of the argument before the gun was brandished?
No, it was not apparent they were aware prior, while the argument was occurring.
So you were not able to ascertain whether or not security was aware of the incident prior to the weapon, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that did you view security the video to see when the suspect entered the building?
Yes. Yes, I did review video from the entrance.
And so what is it that, I mean, do you have the video available to show to us? And then, because I'm trying to figure out how is it that how was this individual able to enter the establishment with a weapon?
Yes, video is available to be played.
So can you play that video for us, please?
Yes, I just need permission to share.
I'm sorry, Mr. Oriente. Thank you. Go ahead. You have access, sir.
Oh, I do. Okay, the entrance. So I'm going to show exhibit number 6, which is of the dining room area.
The dining room. I'm trying to find out how the weapon got into there. So will this video show us how the weapon got into the establishment? Okay.
Yeah, so this is the dining room area camera that was provided, which does have the front door where the pat down process and check-in process is completed. So you see the video on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you're looking at the dining room to your left, you will see the front door, and you will see security, black polos, and they also have white writing on the back indicating security. And This is going to go up a little bit to 924. All right, there we go. It's going.
We're still at 922. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little lagging and switching times. So it's okay. It's about another 20 seconds. I will indicate the suspect entering. Okay, entering the frame now is the suspect wearing the hat, being patted down at this time. You'll see. Just want to replay that a little bit. You'll see security patting him down through the sides and the arms, and the firearm at the time of the incident was pulled from the front of his body, from the front waistband area. It appeared.
All right. I don't know. I don't know what's considered a pat down. So can you explain to us what is it that we just saw? Or what is it that we're looking at these pat downs?
So you're saying basically security is checking, feeling for any objects that may be within the arms and in their pockets. So your coat pockets are within the range of motion that they're doing, and their front pants pockets is the motions that they're taking here. It's not a full pat down, and it's just briefly, and I'm not sure why they don't conduct a full pat down.
All right. Now, do you have any video of the incident itself? I mean, where the gun, I mean, do you have videos of the incident itself?
Yes. So now I'll bring up exhibit number 4, which will be of the roof deck. This is the roof deck. It came a little quick. So it's paused currently. You can see the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just about center frame, you will see black male with the black hat, white brim with the red.
With the red at the, can you use your cursor to, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right person. Okay. That's
Okay.
fine. All right.
That'll be the suspect. Over here are the individuals that he bumped into.
Okay.
They'll turn around, they engage in verbal back and forth. Security does walk past. Not sure if he actually heard anything. He doesn't indicate that he heard anything that they were saying to be threatening. The guy continues to speak to them. At this time, he reaches, he pulls the gun out, which flies in the air and falls down. He picks it up, pointing it at them. and then at which time the acquaintance he's with or another male subject pulled him away and guided him off the rooftop of him going out the stairwell and exiting the establishment immediately.
All right. No, so you're saying you have another video of that? I'm confused. So are you saying that is this a regular entrance or exit, or is this an emergency exit?
No, it would be so he'll exit out of that room and then go down the stairs to the exit door, which is a separate door from what we viewed before. There's an exit going straight out onto 9th Street side of the establishment.
That comes from the roof?
Yes, so it comes from the roof and it goes directly down to the door. And watching that video, he had already reconcealed the weapon on the way out. It was not visible that the security at the exit door would have seen. As he left directly after that, and then followed behind that, the victim goes and reports to security at the front door what happened.
Okay. All right. Any questions by the board members of the investigation? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Investigator Ruiz, for the excellent report. How long have you worked for ABCA?
Going on 5 years.
Do you have any knowledge or history of this licensee or this establishment?
I'm familiar with the establishment being a licensee and then conducted investigations in the past, yes.
Are you familiar that in their investigative history, I think it would have been case number 21-251-00012 on June 13, 2021. Are you familiar with anything that happened in June of 2021 dealing with this establishment?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board and to the audience that what is it? What is this incident involving?
This involved altercations between security and patrons, in which erupted into multiple assaults that were observed between security and patrons. Security attempting to remove patrons from the establishment, and in doing so, injuries were caused to patrons.
Well, thinking back on that incident, how did that incident impact or affect the community, to your knowledge?
I believe that incident drawed a lot of public attention, social media, and such. They were pretty much angry with that.
Well, not only social media, did the Washington Post or other major newspapers carry that story that you remember or don't remember?
I don't recall that exactly, no.
Okay. Were they closed down for a while after that incident, the establishment?
Yeah, it was on my understanding they closed for a while, yes.
And that was because of the multiple fights inside of the establishment?
Deriving from the incident, I believe, if I recall correctly, there were protests and they voluntarily closed while everything was going on.
Does their history, their investigative history, in any way indicate how long they were closed and the reason?
The history indicated 7 days from December 20th to December 26th. 17 days stayed for a year. But I believe they were closed a little. I believe they were closed a little longer than that because on a voluntary basis after that, while they
Well, if I could ask this
orchestrated
question,
it.
I think those days that you mentioned were imposed by the board, correct?
Correct.
And that they voluntarily closed because of the demonstrations that were in front of the club and on the corner of the club. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I recall. Yes.
So the incident happened in June. And when did the 7 days from this board kick in?
December 20th.
So they were closed from June until December 20th. Is that correct?
I don't recall. Not. I don't recall if they were closed for the complete time period. They may have been. I can't recall exactly.
Okay, well, that's a fair answer. But so as a result, the security plan that you were mentioning earlier, can you give us an approximate date when that security plan was given to the board? The one that's in the record today?
I don't have an exact date, but I believe it was submitted shortly after this hearing.
In December of 2021. Is that when this security plan would have been submitted?
I believe so. I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to look it up.
Do you think that this security plan, if it were to be brought up to date or a new one submitted, where pat downs not as needed, but pat downs that would be needed to prevent weapons from entering this establishment, do you think a new pat down procedure would help keep guns out of this establishment?
Yeah, I believe a full body pat down or weapons check metal detector would assist, greatly assist in
Oh, greatly assist. Okay,
preventing weapons from entering.
thank you. And are you familiar with what we call wanding?
Yes, with a metal detector. Yes.
Do you think that would have helped on the evening of this event?
I certainly believe it could assist with locating. Yes.
We saw your video or the videos that was produced here for the record today. And in your opinion, did this pat down or lack of a more affirmative pat down would have probably caught that gun if someone had patted down his waist or down his leg or toward his ankles? Because a lot of people carry guns on the ankles also. So if they were wanding or if the pat down was a little more thorough, do you think they would have caught that gun coming into the establishment?
Yeah, pat down check of the waistband and even the ankles for some, as known weapons are known to be carried on the ankles as well. A check of the front waistband would more than likely caught that weapon.
Would it be fair for me to suggest that their pat down procedures are very lax?
From my observation, it appeared to be lax.
Okay. Now, can you please, for my sake or for the board's sake, bring back up, I think that was Exhibit 4 with the gun being fallen to the floor?
The video?
Yeah, please, the video. Can you go back to Exhibit number 4 video on the second floor when the gun fell out? In fact, go back to the portion where the security guard walked by the incident just before the gun fell.
Okay, you're observing the video now?
No.
I think you can get you share your screen again.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
There you go.
There we go.
So with your cursor, would you show again the suspect?
So right where it stopped now, if you
Yeah.
look straight ahead into the frame, appears to be a Chicago Bulls hat, white brim, black hat, glasses. That's where the suspect currently
And
is.
that's at 11:01, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, can you?
And then
Has the security
press-
guard already gone by? Oh, here comes the security.
no, yeah, I'm
Okay.
circling around the security.
So he's looking right at him and looking right at the young ladies, the security. He walks through past them. And the suspect goes right back into the young lady's face, correct?
Correct.
Please stop it whenever you think the gun. Is that the gun now?
Oh no, I believe it's getting ready to.
Okay.
Yeah, he had just pulled it out. It flipped in the air and fell on the floor. He's picking it up now.
I know you're not a gun expert, and I'm not either. But when a gun, some guns fall to the ground, can that cause them to go off?
Yes.
Endangering everyone who is standing so close to them?
Correct.
Can you tell us, if you possibly can, looking at your records, what is the capacity for that second floor?
179.
Just from your experience as an investigator, were they at full capacity up there?
They would be at full capacity.
The gun comes out, drops on the floor. The suspect picks the gun up and is escorted out by a friend. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we see the rest of that? And there's supposed to be security on the top floor. We saw one security person come past. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So did anyone from the establishment ever call MPD?
No.
The young lady did say that she did address security and told someone that someone had just pointed a gun at her and it dropped to the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did security at any time call MPD or cause a search to try to find this individual who had dropped the gun in the establishment?
They locked the doors and then conducted a search of the establishment.
Okay, let me ask
For
you
a
this.
description of the suspect.
When they locked the doors, did they stop selling drinks or did they do anything? Did everything just continue as like nothing had happened, or they just locked the doors?
I understand they just locked the doors and continued to search for a description and requested from patrons that match the description if they could conduct a pat down. But everything else was operating.
If you
as
know
normal.
this answer, you can give it. If you don't know it, don't worry about it. But are establishments allowed to lock the doors with the bar full? Any establishment that has the ABC license, are they allowed to lock the doors? If you don't know the answer, it's all right. But just to your knowledge as an investigator, when the doors are locked and someone does fire a gun, how fast can you get all of those people out of there with the door locked?
For safety purposes, it shouldn't be locked and
Okay, so it
be
shouldn't have
very
been locked, but they
difficult.
locked it. They locked the door. They didn't call the police, unlocked the door, and went right back to business like nothing had ever happened.
Correct. After the search, they didn't locate anyone with a firearm and continued operation. Yes.
Did you find any Arbor violations when you did your investigation? Did you find any Arbor violations? Well, looking at the videos and whatever else involving this incident.
I didn't conclude to any specific ABCA violations. No.
In your opinion, as an investigator, should they have notified the police that it was a gun inside of their establishment?
Yes, they should have.
And they did not.
They did not.
Is that a violation of their security code? Security plan, forgive me.
Well, yeah, I would indicate this to be a violent incident because of the threat, and for them to not call MPD is a hazard to the safety of others.
And we saw the crowd, pretty crowded, correct? Upstairs.
Correct.
Is there any exit off of the second floor out to get out of the building?
No, everything goes down a stairwell.
Just one stairway for all of that 179 people that are upstairs where the gun fell out.
Correct.
You're not an expert on guns. I'm not either, but just want to ask you this. If somebody fires a gun in that crowd, it's more than likely that the bullet might go through the target or the bullet might ricochet. So it could have injured a lot of people with that gun up there, couldn't it?
It would cause chaos and potential for multiple injuries, yes.
So we have 179 people up there, and we saw it. It looked pretty crowded to me. I don't know if you observed it looked pretty crowded or with full capacity. Only one stairway to get out of there. And they locked the door at the bottom of those steps. So everybody was locked in. Is that correct?
That was my understanding that the procedure security took place. Yes.
That's all I have for you, Investigator Ruiz. Thank you for your excellent report and thank you for your excellent testimony. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Thank you for your testimony as well and background on the incident from your vantage point. Just a quick question. Has this establishment ever had any cases of guns on the establishment's premises in previous times?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. Just one follow-up question. Given your history of investigating this establishment, have there ever been any other incidents that would have warranted you to intervene to recommend that the pat-down process be more stringent than what it was on that video?
No.
Okay. That's all, Chairman. Thank you again, Mr. Ruiz.
You're
Thank you. Mr. Klein, any questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Investigator Ruiz.
Good morning.
So you were asked about the incident on 6/13/21. There wasn't a weapon involved in that incident, was there?
No.
And the current security company was not involved at that time.
No, they were not. No, they were not.
And in fact, the establishment was voluntarily closed, you said, because of protests and demonstrations. But isn't it a fact that that was also done so that the establishment could re-examine its security procedures and institute new procedures?
Yeah, that's what I understood.
Okay. And you said that you were asked upon questioning about whether this was, in your opinion, a violent incident, and you concluded it is a violent incident. Is that my understanding?
I would consider it a violent incident with threat with a firearm. Yes, I would consider it. Yeah.
You would. So, at what point did this become a violent incident?
The brandish of the weapon being pointed at other patrons.
Okay. And you don't understand violence to involve physical contact or some sort of injury to a person?
I believe the violence could come from the threat to harm. And
The
then
threat to harm.
for follow-up of physical would just make it more violent.
All right. So you've been an investigator for 5 years, correct?
Yes, with ABCA, yes.
Yeah. And there are, in your experience, threats in bars all the time, aren't there?
Yes.
So you're not suggesting that every time there's a threat that constitutes violence and somebody should call MPD, are you?
You have verbal threats made, but then you have threats made with a weapon.
Okay.
It was
But
reported that a firearm was observed. I would
right.
expect that MPD would be called.
But you reviewed their security plan and they were in compliance completely with their security plan, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, pat downs were conducted, as you know, but my thing with the security plan is that it did not give a definitive on the pat down. It was just as necessary.
Okay.
So they did conduct pat downs to, I guess they thought was necessary. So that is why I did not assess that to be a violation.
Got it. Now, you also, upon questioning, you were asked about how the weapon might have gotten in. We don't really know how this weapon got in, do we? And when it was brandished by this individual, we don't know whether he brought it in, someone else brought it in, whether he brought it in on his ankle, in his pants. We don't really know, do we?
No, just based on the video and him entering the establishment.
Right.
And where he pulled the firearm from his person. That's how it determined that he had the firearm.
Okay. But I mean, in terms of it getting in and what a failure might have been, from the evidence that we have, we're not exactly sure what that failure might have been, are we?
I guess from your perspective, not the exact failure, but pat down process was conducted same process conducted for everybody. So there was the miss of those locations. I guess anyone could have brought a firearm in if it was in their waistband and passed it off. That's always possible.
Okay. Now, you testified that you understood that they locked down the establishment?
That was my understood. And a patron reported that after it was reported, she wanted to leave, but they had already locked the front door. But she had asked for if she can just leave because she feared for her safety. So they did unlock it to let her out. It's my understanding that they relocked it, but that was
And
only
that's somebody
based
that
off
you
of her
spoke to?
observation.
That's somebody that you spoke
Yes, the patron that was threatened who made the report.
Okay. And you also said that there's only one stairwell. Isn't it true that there are 2 stairwells that are labeled as exits from the second floor?
I only on the public stairwell. I did not notice the emergency stairwell,
Okay.
but there
So
is one. Yeah,
okay. So if there's a service stairwell that doubles as an emergency exit, you're just simply not aware of that.
correct.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to pause that for a minute. I know you have been waiting, Lieutenant, for a very long time. So, and this was a fact-finding request that came from the MPD. So, Lieutenant, can you tell us how did MPD find out about this incident, and what is it that MPD did?
On October 27th, the victim came into the 3rd District Station and reported the incident. When she described what happened, I had officers go to Nellie's and recover the video to confirm what she said or to corroborate what she said. When the officers went to view the video, the staff was already aware of it and was able to show the officers the video. We looked at the same video you all just saw and confirmed that the incident did occur. She reported it. So we initiated the criminal investigation and wanted to see why we weren't notified, because I believe this happened on October 21st, but we weren't notified until October 27th. Our investigation led to identifying the person who pointed the gun, and he was placed under arrest for assault with a dangerous weapon.
So was the gun located?
Yes, the gun was recovered.
All right. Now, what concerns, if any, did you have? You saw the video. You saw what the pat down that was utilized. That was utilized on the assailant when they came in the establishment. Do you have an opinion on the procedure that's followed by the security guard?
The pat down left a lot of room for improvement. People could have easily snuck a gun into the establishment with pat downs like that. I heard someone mention the magnometer, the wand. That would be a great help to sort of deter that in the future.
In your investigation, did MPD ask the licensee why did they not report this incident to the police?
I do not know. If that was asked, I'm not sure of it.
All right. Is there anything else you want to add to what was stated by the investigator?
No, I think the investigator covered it pretty clearly.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for taking time out, and thank you for your service to our city, especially at a time like this. In your professional, well, how many years have you been with the Metropolitan Police Department?
I've been with the Metropolitan Police Department for 11 years.
11 years. In your professional opinion, is someone pointing a gun at someone else in the District of Columbia a violent crime?
Yes, according to DC Code, that's a crime of violence, and the judge that signed the arrest warrant agreed with that.
So aren't most security companies that register with the District of Columbia supposed to be aware of that?
Yes, I would like to think all security companies are aware that someone walking around with a pistol waving it at people is something that the police should be notified about.
Now, we do have a concealed carry license permit here in Washington, D.C., correct?
Correct.
Does that allow a person who have that CC carry, concealed carry permit to carry a gun within an establishment that sells alcohol?
It does not, but this person was not carrying it under that. He was carrying it as some sort of law enforcement.
Can you? I'm just a little taken. What did this person have to do with law enforcement?
According to the detective with MPD that investigated this, he was a air marshal.
On airplanes?
Correct.
And he pointed as far as we know, was his pistol loaded when he was there that night? Is there any indication whether or not the pistol was loaded?
We have no way of telling.
Was it loaded when he was arrested?
I am not sure. I didn't check to see that. I believe he willingly turned it over.
Was he a DC resident? Do you know if you can get that information out?
He was a resident of Maryland.
And when he was arrested, what did he give an excuse for having a handgun in this establishment?
He did not admit to it.
He was arrested for a violent crime that was committed in the District of Columbia.
Correct, assault with a dangerous weapon.
So it's been questions asked that it wasn't violent or it could have come off as. So would you have classified what we saw in the video as a violent crime within the District of Columbia?
Yes.
Should that company, once that young lady said that she had been threatened with a gun and wanted to get out of there, should MPD have been called?
Yes, they definitely should have. We may have been able to stop him a lot quicker.
Lieutenant, we thank you for the time you've given today. Thank you for your testimony. You be safe out there. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Klein?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think this is, and members of the board, I think this is, I don't know, the 5th or 6th fact finding I've had concerning a firearm in an ABC licensed establishment. And all of them have occurred within the last 2 years. Prior to that, can't remember a time that I was before the ABC board in my many years of doing this where this was an issue. And I've said to the board before, this is part of a larger problem. Now, the history of this establishment was that there were never any issues with weapons, despite what happened on 6/13/21. As tragic as it was, as upsetting as it was, it didn't involve a weapon. And the security plan was filed, and it met the statutory requirements, and there was compliance with the security plan. I don't really think there's any serious question about that. But in these cases, as I've said to the board, what we try to do is a number of things. Is one, look at what happened. I think we have a very clear picture of what happened based upon the excellent investigation that was done by both your agency and MPD, along with the cooperation of the establishment, which had the video, made it available. There's every indication that they cooperated with the investigation in every way. So, and the perpetrator was found, he was arrested. So I think we know what happened. The second thing we try to do is look at what we learn, what could be done better. And whether the board determines that this needs to go for show cause or not, that I think the board knows we agree is a very important function of these fact-finding hearings. Because, look, I hope we're not at the point where every single ABC licensed establishment in the District of Columbia has to automatically employ procedures to make sure that people don't bring handguns into their establishment. But when an incident happens, I think, and that's why the board's had six fact-finding hearings, or however many that there've been, involving a weapon. And yeah, it's time to take another look and see what can be done better. So what the licensee is doing is the following. Number one.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Klein. I thought you had questions for the lieutenant, but
oh no,
but I
I'm
guess
sorry.
you don't. Okay, all right. You can go ahead. I just want to make sure. I thought that's okay. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I apologize. So all right. So in terms of what the licensee has done and will continue to do is number one, wanding will be done after 9 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and after 6 p.m. on Fridays, because in the judgment of the business, those are the times that that would be appropriate, and when the checks need to be done to make sure weapons are not getting in.
Mr. Klein, I don't understand. You said wanding will be done after 9 p.m. Fridays and Saturdays, but then you said after 6 p.m. on Fridays.
No, on Sunday.
Okay.
Perhaps I missed
after
that,
6.
but after.
Yes, you missed. All right. So
Okay.
6 p.m. on Sundays.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a sign that will be posted to advise people, because we think this is a deterrent also, is let people know. Security notice, metal detector screening required before entering the facility. That sign will be posted and visible during the hours that wanding is required. And it's the old notion that security cameras have really two purposes. One is to see what happened, but also to put people on notice that if they do something bad, they're going to be seen and they're going to be caught. So, the idea is not only are we going to wand them, but we're going to tell people that we're going to wand them. We're also going to amend the security plan to add that any incident involving a firearm will require that MPD be contacted. We can certainly squabble over whether or not that's a violent incident, whether it is under the criminal code, whether it isn't. But in hindsight, we don't disagree that MPD should be called. So we are going to voluntarily amend the security plan to make it crystal clear that in addition to a violent incident, if there's an incident involving a firearm on the premises, that warrants and mandates that that MPD be notified. We have oh, and also staff is being retrained with respect to the pat downs. You know, not only do we want to do the wanding, we don't want to just rely on that. As the board knows, the more ways and the more efforts that are made to determine whether weapons are coming in, the less likelihood that people are going to try to get weapons in, and the greater likelihood that those weapons are going to be detected. So, yes, we think the pat down procedure needs to be relooked at, and staff will be retrained on pat downs. But in addition, we're going to do the wanding that we've mentioned. I have the oh, and just a couple comments on what was said. Yeah, there are 2 exits from the establishment. Our understanding and my understanding is that the lockdown wasn't a lockdown. The doors were locked to prevent anyone else from coming in. We're not aware of people being prohibited from leaving the establishment. The doors have panic bars on them, as they're required under the fire code to have. So we're not aware that the doors were locked except to prevent others from coming in while it was determined whether this person was still on the premises. And, you know, it's a bad judgment call. Frankly, when the person wasn't discovered on the premises, MPD wasn't called. And, you know, in hindsight, wrong decision, isn't going to happen again. It's going to be clarified in the security plan. I have the director of security, Alex Campbell. He's with AFS Enterprises. He's on today. So if the board has questions of him or wants to explore any other aspects of revamped security, then we're happy to try to address this.
I have some questions for the establishment and whoever can answer it. I mean, what I saw in the video, and I know it's an establishment. I don't know if music was being played, but clearly you saw some type of verbal altercation going on between two individuals, and you see security walked through that. How could you not notice that? It was clear. It's clear to me.
It wasn't clear to me, Mr. Chair. I saw two people talking to each other.
I know. The body language to me, Mr. I saw the security walk through it, and the body language appeared that that didn't appear to be a conversation. So I'm just saying, if so, maybe someone can explain to that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because I know what happened, and so therefore I'm seeing the body language. But maybe someone can explain to me, what is it that I saw? Was security aware of? Because the security walked through it appeared to me that security walked through the middle of the argument, and like as soon as security, and so like.
I mean, I saw what I saw, and we can look at it again. But when security walked through, what I saw, it seemed like everybody stopped talking and kind of stood back and let security go through. But at least from a visual inspection, and again, I mean, I guess it's all subject to interpretation. I mean, you know, the investigator said, well, he was in her face. And I was like, he wasn't in her face. Like, what are you talking about? They were 4 feet apart. I mean, so, you know, I think that maybe we're colored by the fact that we know what happened. But, you know, I didn't see him in her face. I didn't see that at all. It seemed to be, you know, it seemed to me if you're in somebody's face, you're at least within a foot of them. And he was several feet from her. So I don't necessarily agree, but I'm happy to have, if you can, Mr. Shantz or Mr. Campbell address that if either of them can.
Mr. Shantz, or I'm sorry, let me see, Mr. Campbell. I mean, you're the head of security, so you saw the video. Tell me what you saw as far as security walking through the middle of the event.
You can hear me okay?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. You don't see it a couple minutes before, but security, they do rounds of that second floor area. And so I don't know if there was a radio call that he was answering and trying to get to, or where he was headed. He just moved right through the people. If you look at the video closely, the subject with the firearm, he's walking by and the female pushes him slightly to get him to move away from her. And that's when he turns around and engages her. And there was distance between them. And it wasn't right in the face. And that's how security was able to get through in the first place. And security, like I said, he may have been answering a call. He might have been, usually they keep their ears open for certain things, raised voices, elevated, somebody with a temper that might look like they're off, but there was no sign of that in the video that I could see. There was a conversation and then the gun was pulled afterwards.
Do you know what day of the week this was? I guess what I'm trying to find out, it appears that the rooftop was at capacity. So what's the complement of security that works on this night? And I know that Mr. Klein had said on Friday and Saturday, it appears, it might appear that it was either Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
This is Saturday, Chair.
All right. Thank you. So it's a Saturday. So on a typical Saturday night, because it appears that it appears that from Mr. Ruiz said that the certificate of occupancy says 179. There's 179 individuals it appears that there's 179 individuals on the rooftop. So what's the complement? How many securities works at the establishment? And I mean, is there security permanently assigned to the rooftop?
We have 6 total, any Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. You have 2 at the main entrance, 1 at the back door on 9th Street, and then 1 on either side of the main dance floor. So there's, I don't know if you're familiar with the setup at Nelly's, but there's 2 main bars. So one post right at that corner of those 2 connecting main bars, and then right across the dance floor by one of the all areas.
Hold on, Mr. Shan. We lost you. Either we lost you or I lost you for a moment.
Oh.
So I need you to repeat what's going on with the security.
There's 6 total. It's 2 at the main entrance, 1 at the rear entrance. The setup at Nelly's, there's a main bar on the 2nd floor and a side bar. So 1 post at the corner of those 2 connecting bars. And then across the dance floor near one of the outside decks, 1 post there. And then there's 1 roaming throughout the space, which is the one that you saw in the video.
All right, so the rooftop is the 2nd floor. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Is that sufficient security for 179 people?
We believe so.
Tell me a little bit about your company, sir. Is it your company or what's your title again?
I am the owner of the company, but I portray myself as just a supervisor.
All right, so tell me about the company.
What would you like to know?
How old is your company? I mean, what type of training do you provide? I mean, are you licensed in DC to provide the service?
Yes. So the company.
Something's going on with your internet, sir.
I can't really fix that.
I'm sorry, you said what? I can't hear you, so you have to start back. You're frozen, so you have to start at the beginning.
Okay. Is this okay?
I can hear you now, I believe.
Okay. So the company originated in 2017. It really picked up after the pandemic, 2020, 2021. We currently provide security for 10 to 12 bars, lounges, nightclubs in DC. We are licensed through, what is it called? We have a security license, SAB 2000588. It is updated. It's been active for 3 years, I think. We are insured as well.
So what training do you provide the staff, your employees or your contractors?
We provide an onboarding. We have a whole SOP manual, which we've since added in since the incident, we've added in the MPD requirement, or not the MPD requirement, but the requirement to call MPD if a firearm is found in an establishment. But we have SOPs that we onboard people with. We have and we have a handbook as well.
Now I see the pat down. Is this how your employees or contractors, is this how they are instructed to pat down an individual?
No, sir.
So you're saying that the pat down, at least in your view, the pat down that was provided by the security personnel was not appropriate?
Inadequate, yes.
So is this person still working for your company?
Yes, he's since been trained.
And what type of training was provided?
It was a 2-hour, I think, I'm trying to remember the date, but all the security staff at Nelly's, the Monday before Thanksgiving, went through a pat down and wanding training.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, your name, sir, I didn't write it down the first time.
Alex, Alex, Campbell, like the soup, Campbell.
And what is the name of your company, Mr. Campbell?
Capital AFS, Alpha Frank Sam Enterprise.
How do you pronounce that?
AFS Enterprises.
Mr. I don't know what's going on with your Wi-Fi, sir, but you temporarily
Froze again?
frozen. Yes.
Okay. Well, just let me know when it freezes and I'll say what I say again. It's AFS Enterprises.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Campbell, would you have any, or can you tell me how many training certificates you have received as the owner of the club and who provided your training to have the company?
For what kind of certificates are you asking?
Training. When did I know for you to run a security company, you just can't say I'm a security company, and you had to be trained by someone, or I thought you maybe it would be required that you have some training from someone other than just yourself. Or do you, or don't you?
So I am I'm currently an ABRA manager's license, or ABCA. I did go through.
Mr. Campbell, we're dealing with training.
I'm listening.
We're dealing with training for security. You're here for security company.
He's answering your question, Mr. Short.
Okay,
Give him
I understand. Can I repeat my question, Mr. Chairman? Can I repeat my question?
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Maybe you didn't understand, Mr. Campbell. The question I'm asking you is, you started a security company. What credentials did you have to start a security company in the District of Columbia?
Training.
Mr. Campbell, you have to start out. You have to start at the beginning. You were frozen, so you have to start at the beginning and respond, sir.
Not a problem. I have since let it expire, but I had an active armed SPO license in 2020 and 2021, and I went through handcuff, baton, ASP, and
escalation.
I went through training with Archangel.
Okay, can I ask this question of you?
Yes,
And I
sir.
hope you don't mind, because most people I know who own security companies are very proud of it, and you should be proud of yours. Can you provide this board, or will you have any problems providing this board with all of your credentials dealing with the training that you received? And since you had responsibility of, as you mentioned yourself, that was pretty lax security on the night of this event with the gun. So can you provide us what credentials you had going back to that date, that while we're here?
Sure.
When can you do that? I mean, you're voluntarily doing this, and I thank you for that. When can you provide that to Mr. Ruiz or ABCA?
I can do it by email, probably latest this evening.
So you will do that. It's nothing I can make you do, but I'm just asking you, and you're answering the question. I thank you very much. So you're going to have that to Mr. Ruiz today or as soon as possible?
Sure.
Can we make that by the end of the week? So we're
End of the week.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Is that okay, Mr. Short?
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Mr. Klein will provide, I think Mr. Short asked a question about his credentials, and so therefore, we're asking, counsel is stating that he will provide us the information. He'll provide the agency the information by the end of the week.
Yeah,
So,
because I want to look at it and make sure it's complete and get everything you got.
okay. Now, thank you very much for that, Mr. Klein. Thank you for your cooperation. We always appreciate your cooperation. Now, Mr. Campbell, are you aware of the District of Columbia City Council passed recently, or sometime in the recent past, requirements that security personnel in Washington, D.C. be registered with the Metropolitan Police Department?
Can you repeat that question?
Are you aware that the District of Columbia City Council, especially in light of all of the gun violence we've been having in the city the last several years, passed legislation into law that all security personnel working in the District of Columbia should be registered with the Metropolitan Police Department?
Security personnel meaning SPOs or?
It just says security persons, sir. And I know Mr. Klein has a copy of it. We've had this conversation before. So Mr. Klein can provide you with that, I'm almost sure. But anyway,
For the record, I disagree with your analysis and your conclusion that that's what's required, and I've expressed it before.
Not a problem. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Campbell. To better help your company, would you be willing to get registered with the Metropolitan Police Department as a person head of a security company?
Mr. Klein.
My understanding is his company's already registered.
Yeah, we're registered through SOMB.
Well, didn't you say it expired? Your District of Columbia credentials had expired?
My personal SPO license expired, but the company's security agency business license is active.
And is it registered with the District of Columbia government?
SOMB.
Metropolitan Police Department.
I'm not sure what SOMB provides to MPD, but it's registered with SOMB.
What's SOMB?
Security Officers Management Branch.
Real quick, SOMB is a part of Metropolitan Police Department.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
And so did you have to go Mr. Campbell, you're frozen again. Okay, so when you got those credentials, did you have to go through any training, or did they give you a certificate stating that you had been trained?
For my personal SPO, yes, I went through training and I got a certificate. For the security agency business, I don't think there was any requirement.
Okay, you simply said also in your testimony that you have worked several other ABC establishments for security. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you name some of them if it's okay?
Can I ask Mr. Klein?
I mean, the bottom, you can't ask your lawyer. I mean, sir.
I'm not his lawyer.
Fine. Hold on. This is a fact finding hearing. No one is under oath. I did not swear anyone in. This is just, the board is just asking questions, sir. So therefore, whatever you testified today, I can't, because because I can't, because you're not under oath, I can't use it against you because I did not swear you in. If you can't answer the question, don't answer the question. You can answer the question. All right. While you think about this question, and I apologize to do this.
I withdraw that question. I have another
All right.
question, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Mr. Just hold it 1 minute. I'm gonna go off the record for 5 minutes. So we're off the record for 5 minutes. Okay. We're back in the record. I'm waiting for Mr. Short. All right. All right. So,
can I finish my question there, Mr. Chair?
Hold on a minute, Mr. Short. I'm saying you'd ask about his what are the establishing.
I withdrew that question.
I was just clarifying the record, Mr. Short.
Thank you.
So I would just let him know that you had withdrawn the question. So, do you have another question? Yeah.
Yes, I do. I would like if someone would put back on the screen when the suspect entered, and I think that was the first exhibit, 11, that would have been 11:20, I believe, or whatever it was. But anyway, Mr. Royaz, can you put that back on the screen for us, please? Is that possible, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it is, but I just want to I do have a full show cause hearing that I need to move on. I didn't realize that the fact finding hearing
I do
was going to go on
understand.
this long. All right, yes. Go ahead. We can go ahead. Are you still able to share your screen, Mr. Ruiz?
Yes, sir. Let me just pull it up first.
I think that would have been 1124, I believe, Mr. Ruiz, I believe.
Yeah, I was just looking at exhibit, make sure I had the right exhibit number.
And can we just go to where the suspect comes in?
Yes.
Thank you.
And here's the suspect.
Okay, you can stop it right there, please. Can you back it up to where the suspect comes in?
Okay, he's at the door. Replay?
Yes, just stop it when he gets through security, when the suspect gets to security.
Okay.
Stop it right there. Stop. That's good. That's good. Now, I'd just like to ask Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell, were you working that night at Nellie's Saturday, October the 21st, 2023?
No, I was not personally on site.
Okay. Now, if I wanted to hire your security company and I saw this video, do you think I would be likely to hire your company to pat down folks at my establishment?
Sir.
Do you think that was good the night of Saturday, October the 21st?
I'm sorry?
Do you think it was adequate, the security was adequate that night at Nellie's on the 21st of October, 2023?
I understand what you're getting at. It was a failure on my part as
Yeah, this is a yes or no question, Mr. Campbell. Was security adequate? Yes or no?
no, sir.
Would you hire the company or those persons who did that pat down? Are they still in your employee?
They have since
He
been
said
trained.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, can we go to the Mr. Ruiz, take us to the second floor to just before the gun dropped when it was being pointed. When the gun was being pointed at the young lady who went to security and asked for assistance.
Birthday thing.
Stop it whenever we see the gun appear. Well, the gun is dropped now, right?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Campbell, Lieutenant Fleming testified that that was a crime. That was a crime scene. When someone points a gun at someone, that's a violent crime. What are your security people trained to do when there's a violent crime in the District of Columbia?
And are you asking my opinion?
No, I'm asking you as the law. You run a security company in the
Right.
District of Columbia. Your company was responsible for security that particular evening when the gun was pulled, pointed, and dropped. The question for you is, was there adequate security? Yes or no?
Are you frozen, Mr. Campbell? Or are you unable to answer the
I
question?
said yes. I said yes.
I didn't hear you, so that's why I asked the question. All
I
right.
want to ask the question again. In your opinion, after hearing the testimony of Lieutenant Fleming with the Metropolitan Police Department stating that was a crime for that gun to be pointed and dropped, and I'll ask you, was that, in your opinion, as a owner of security for that company that night, was that adequate security?
My team did what they could to find the person with the firearm. They followed every procedure that I had given them as the owner of the company. They locked the doors. They stopped all entry. They attempted to search for that person with the firearm. They patted down every single person with the matching description. And then as everything was reported.
Mr. Campbell, I like your explanation, but I just asked you again for the record, yes or no, was that appropriate security?
Mr. Chairman, he
That was
just answered the question. He's like just being belittled at this point. We're here to find facts. Like, what's the point? He's already admitted. He's already admitted that it wasn't, and there were failures. We've already said that what we're going to do. What are we doing now? I don't really understand.
All right, we need to move on. Do you have another question you want to ask, Mr. Short? He has answered the question, and he has also answered the question to me that he didn't ask.
One last question, Mr. Chair. If you could go back to Saturday, October the 21st, would you do anything differently than what you did or your company did that night?
The pat downs would be more thorough.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to ask questions.
You're welcome. Do you have any questions, Mr. Grant?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grant. All right, I'm going to bring this hearing to a closure. As I stated before, this was a fact-finding hearing. The board, as I should have stated at the beginning, but I did state it during the middle of the hearing that none of the people were speaking were sworn in. We were just trying to gather some facts. The board has not made a decision what the next step is. So what the board will do is that these are the options available to the board. We can send this to the Office of the Attorney General if we believe that some type of if we believe that the government should make a determination whether or not they did not comply with our rules and regulations, or the board can say no further action. I know that Mr. Klein had stated some changes that would be made, and we expect that the establishment will provide us an updated security plan. When is it that you believe you can provide the updated security plan, Mr. Klein, that addresses the issues that you stated would be added?
Within 10 days.
All right, so within 10 days, you'll provide us an updated security plan for review. So prior to bringing closure to this matter, is there a final statement that you wish to make?
Just very briefly, as I said at the outset, Mr. Chair, guns continue to be a problem, and even more so given some rulings by the Supreme Court and decisions by Congress, and it's unfortunate. Further steps need to be taken, and we've indicated that further steps will be taken. One in these establishments learns as time goes on and things happen that sometimes more needs to be done, and this is certainly one of those times, and it will be done.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. All right, Lieutenant Fleming, thank you for your appearance today. I know that you've been here. I thought this hearing would have been shorter. That's one of the reasons why I put it. I accelerated it and moved it ahead of the show cause hearing that we had scheduled today. But thank you, Lieutenant, for being here today. I want to thank the rest of the parties for being here and their testimony today. The board will take this matter under advisement. The board will take this matter under advisement, and so we'll make a determination. As I stated before, the option that the board has is we'll either take no further action, or we will submit this to the Office of the Attorney General for them to make a determination whether or not they believe that any violations of the law had occurred during this matter. So with that, I would like to again thank everyone for their participation today, and this matter is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to call the next case that we have on our calendar. It's case number 23CC 00009 Heights Liquor, license number 118369. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Bisola Oni, your access has been elevated. Investigator Tavro Prout, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
The licensee is not here.
I do not believe so.
Ms. Oni, have you had any conversation with the licensee?
No, I have emailed him with the offering compromise. He was not at the status hearing. And so we have not had any communication thus far.
All right. Ms. Oni, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Bisola Oni, Bisola, last name Oni, Assistant Attorney General, here on behalf of the government.
All right. I see that the licensee is not here today. Is the government prepared to move forward?
Yes.
All right, hold on 1 minute, please. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25447, the board has the authority to proceed ex parte where the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good and sufficient cause. The board's record reflected that the licensee was properly served. Seeing no licensee here today and having no good and sufficient cause to extend the hearing, the board will proceed with a show cause hearing. All right. Does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, we do.
Hold on, please. Heights Liquor. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. We are here today in the show cause matter of Heights Liquor. This case is about an establishment's disregard of DC law prohibiting the sale of alcohol to minors. The show cause notice in this case contains two charges: that the establishment violated DC Code 25781 and 25783. Today, you will hear that on July 8, 2023, ABCA investigators Tavro Prout and Mark Ruiz, with the help of an undercover minor, conducted a compliance check on the establishment. The minor in this check was able to purchase alcohol from the establishment because the establishment failed to perform its duties by checking the ID of a minor who wished to purchase alcohol. At the end of this hearing, it will be clear that the licensee failed to adhere to DC code and that the licensee cannot excuse itself if the charge is brought. That is why we will ask at the end of the hearing that the board find in favor of the district and apply the penalties consistent.
Thank. Does the government wish to call its first witness?
Yes, the government calls Investigator Prout.
Investigator Proud, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Investigator Prout, good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name, your first and last name for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. ABCA Investigator Tavril Prout, TAVRIL PROUT.
Thank you. And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration for the District of Columbia.
Thank you. And what is your position at ABCA?
I am a alcohol investigator at this time.
And how long have you been an investigator?
It'll be 5 years, January 19, 2024.
Thank you. And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
To perform laboratory inspections as well as compliance checks on behalf of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the establishment located at 547 42nd Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., Heights Liquor?
Northeast.
Northeast.
Oh,
Yes,
Yes.
Heights Liquors is where a compliance check was conducted on Saturday, July the 8th, during the compliance shift from 12 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m.
thank you. And on what date did you visit that establishment?
on Saturday, July the 8th.
Thank you. And when conducting this compliance check, who did you utilize or what did you utilize?
So we utilize minors through a government contractor who are either high school and or college age to be able to assist us in performing the compliance checks.
Thank you. And these undercover minors, what do they do? Are they sent into the establishment? Could you give a bit more detail about that?
Yes, ma'am. So we get their IDs to verify their age, and then they are instructed to enter into the establishment in a undercover capacity to purchase alcoholic beverages in lieu of the compliance checks being conducted. That minor was searched prior to going into the establishment and was provided cash by ABCA investigators to purchase the alcoholic beverages. The minor and myself entered the establishment at approximately 2:58 p.m. on the corresponding date. I entered into the establishment first, followed by the minor. The minor then entered into, they went to a fridge that had a mixture of non-alcoholic and alcoholic beverages, and they retrieved two 24-ounce two 24-ounce beers. One was an Ice House beer, and the second one was a Heineken beer. From there, they walked up to the cashier. They gave the cashier $6 for the alcoholic beverages. The male cashier did not ask for ID. From there, the minor left out of the establishment, followed by myself, and the evidence was turned over to ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz.
Thank you, Investigator Prout. Mr. Chairperson, permission to share my screen, please.
Mr. Oriende, all right. Mr. Oriende, can you allow Ms. Oni to share her screen? Okay.
Investigator Prout, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is marked as Government Exhibit 1? What does this image show?
That is the full shot of the minor that was utilized on that day. It is marked for the date that is in lieu of the compliance check, which was July 8th, marked with his date of birth, which was May 6, 2007, and his age at that time was 17 years of age.
Thank you. And Government Exhibit 2, what is this image
That
show?
is a head and shoulder shot of the minor with the date of the compliance check of July 8th, along with his date of birth of May 6, 2007, and his appropriate age of that at that time, which is 17 years of age.
Thank you. And Government Exhibit 3, what is this show?
That is a temporary paper ID card that was given to the minor from the district's Department of Motor Vehicles, and which was dated June 29th, 2023, and it was issued on that date, and the expiration date was August 12th, 2023, with his date of May 8th, 2007 on it.
Thank you. And is this the identification card the minor used to purchase alcohol?
So that is the card that was on his person. However, he was not asked to provide that upon purchasing the alcoholic beverages on the date of July 8th, 2023.
Thank you. And going to Government Exhibit 5, what is this?
That is the picture of both 24-ounce cans that were purchased from Heights Liquors on July 8th at approximately 2:58 p.m.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairperson, the government would like to enter Government Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 5 into the record.
So move.
Thank you. Thank you, Investigator Proud. I'll now stop sharing my screen. I have no further questions for Investigator Proud at this time.
Any questions by the board members? Investigator Proud, thank you for your presentation today. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Does the government have another witness they wish to call?
Yes, the government would like to call Investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Mr. Ruiz?
Yes. Yes. Sorry, I didn't move.
You're a witness, then.
Thank you. Investigator Ruiz, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. First name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Thank you. And Investigator, where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And what is your position at ABCA?
Alcohol investigator.
Okay, how long have you been an investigator?
Going on 5 years.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the establishment Heights Liquor?
Yes.
How are you familiar with the establishment?
This was an establishment that was on our list to conduct compliance checks.
Did you visit this establishment on July 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Why?
For the establishment to conduct a compliance check at the establishment.
Thank you. And during this compliance check, where were you located?
I was in the ABCA vehicle.
Thank you. And what happened after the UC entered the establishment and purchased alcohol?
They exited the establishment, returned to the vehicle, at which time I obtained the alcohol purchased, and then went into the establishment to make notification.
Thank you. And again, could you tell me what was purchased?
It would be two 24-ounce cans of beer, one being Ice House, one being Heineken.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the minor's age at the time?
Yes. 17.
17, thank you. Thank you, Investigator Ruiz. Mr. Chairperson, I have no further questions at this time.
Any questions by any board members?
No, sir.
Mr. Ruiz, how old are you supposed to be to purchase alcohol within the District of Columbia?
21.
All right. I don't have any further questions. All right, then. Thank you for your presentation today, sir.
Thank you.
All right, does the government have any other witnesses?
No, the government would like to present a short closing.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Members of the board, this case has been about an establishment that sold alcohol to someone under 21 years old. On July 8, 2023, an undercover minor was sent in during an ABCA compliance check and was able to purchase 2 cans of beer. This 17-year-old minor purchased 2 cans of beer because Heights Liquor failed to check the identification of the minor. In this case, the district has proven that the licensee did in fact commit the offenses for which they are charged. The testimony of the investigators has confirmed this. They told us that on the afternoon of July 8, 2023, while conducting this compliance check, they observed the establishment violate the DC code by selling 2 cans of beer to a minor who was 17 at the time and not checking his age. After hearing the facts and the testimony of the witnesses, we ask that you find Heights Liquor guilty of the 2 violations for which they are charged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The record is now closed. All right. Do you wish to file a proposed finding of effect and conclusion of law, or do you waive that?
We waive that.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 CC 00009 Heights Liquor, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23 CC 00009 Heights Liquor for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation today. The board will issue a decision within 90 days.
Thank you.
I think 90 days. Thank you. Have a great day. All right. The next case in our calendar, this is in our afternoon calendar, is case number 23 PRO 00078, I Carolyn, license number 116082. This case has been rescheduled to January 31st, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00031, Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. This case has been rescheduled to January 10th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. And the last case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00077 Mendes Pizza, license number 125665. This case has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. So we're at the end of our calendar for the day. The board is going to be we're going to be in recess, so I'm going to ask I'll ask all board members to return to executive session, and I believe that you can, this is for the court reporter that the court reporter can stay on standby. I should come back to, I'll try to come back to the public session at 1:30. So we're gonna come back to the public session at 1:30 for the court reporter so I can read the calendar and close the records for the day. But I will have our IT specialist advise you, the court reporter, what our schedule to come back to the public session. So I now ask all, we're in recess. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. We're back in the record. We're back in the record. Let's now do our agenda items for the day, since we have concluded our calendars for the day. So this is our regular legal agenda. The first matter on our regular legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated November 24th, 2023 for case number 2325100015 Shaw Howard Deli, license number 095169. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A2, the term $4,000 fine to be paid within 30 days or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, failed to follow security agreement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A6, the term $500 to be paid within 30 days or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 3, failed to ensure cameras were operational. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25112F1, term $4,000 to be paid within 30 days or the license shall be suspended indefinitely. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of administrative request to reinstate canceled license. The license was erroneously canceled on November 15th, 2023, pursuant to board order number 2023-664. This is for City Corner Market, license number 116854. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated November 17th, 2023. License was canceled on November 15th, 2023, pursuant to board order number 2023-656, Oasis Marinas, license number 1208887. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated November 28th, 2023. The license was canceled on November 15th, 2023 pursuant to board order number 2023-654. This is for Yeka Market, license number 117408. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of motion for modification of board order number 2021-882 and 2023-439 dated November 20th, 2023. The government has no objection. This is District Winery, license number 098684. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of correspondence from Harris Teeter dated November 21st, 2023, in response to Councilmember Charles Allen's letter regarding the Harris Teeter store formerly located at 1391 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. This is an FY for the board. Number 7, review of correspondence from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B, dated November 14th, 2023, regarding the Harris Teeter store, formerly located at 1391 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. This is also an FY for the board. Number 8, review of correspondence from ANC 2B, and the neighborhood in response to Aslan Beer Company's correspondence and the testimony provided at the November 15th, 2023 fact-finding hearing regarding its interpretation and Aslan's compliance with the amended and restated settlement agreement. This is Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555. This is also an FY to the board. Number 9, review of correspondence from ANC 2B and the neighborhood requesting the board rescind its approval of an increase in hours for Aslan Beer Company. On November 15th, 2023, the board approved expanded morning hours, allowing the licensee to operate at 6 a.m. This is Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review of foot traffic report for Halloween pub crawls in the Connecticut Avenue Northwest Nightlife Zone, submitted by the Golden Triangle bid dated November 20th, 2023. This is an FY for the board. Number 11, review of the medical cannabis technical amendment notice of third emergency and proposed rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this rulemaking. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the legal, I'm sorry, that's not that one yet. We now move to the legal agenda settlement agreement. So this is a legal agenda settlement agreement for December 6, 2023. On this agenda, there are nine agenda items. I move that all nine items on this agenda be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're now at our legal agenda, Caroline. The first matter on this agenda is a review of a group of five or more, the review of the group of five or more residents' request to reinstate dismiss protests dated October 31st, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00078. Caroline, license number 116082. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of applicants' opposition to reinstate dismiss applicants dated November 8th, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00078. Caroline, license number 116082. This is now moot. Number 3, review of a group of five or more residents replied to opposition to reinstate dismiss application dated November 8th, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00078. Caroline, license number 116082. This is also moot. Number 4, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protestant ANC 2C dated October 30th, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00078. Caroline, license number 116082. I make a motion that we approve the motion in part and deny in part. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of protestants ANC's 2C's opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss protests dated November 14th, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00078. Caroline, license number 116082. This is now moot. Number 6, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protestant JP Morgan dated November 2nd, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00078. Caroline, license number 116082. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of protestants JP Morgan's opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss dated November 9th, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00078. Caroline, license number 116082. This is now moot. All right, so let's move to our licensing agenda. Let me find this agenda. All right. All right. So the first matter on our licensing agenda, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Whitfield Entertainment Group, Inc., license number 120468. I make a motion that we grant this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license original request. This is for Crazy Aunt Helen's, license number 118297. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for Summer Garden endorsement with 23 seats. This is for 600P, license number 100515. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application for off-premises storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcohol beverage inventory off-site at 120 Blagden Alley Northwest. This is for Six Feet Wine Club, license number 119440. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant to second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review application for change of hours to open earlier. This is Georgetown Club at Suter Tavern, license number 000779. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Los Molequetes Mi Casita, license number 125040. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Any Day Now, license number 124461. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review a request to amend the establishment street address to 507 7th Street Northwest. This is for Street Pizza, license number 121741. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And number 10, review requests for approval to provide a gift of a solar stove that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Magruder's of DC, license number 091195. The request is being made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Alfreda, license number 126871. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Farm to Feast, license number 126864. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABCA license. This is for East West Cafe, license number 126587. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review request to remove the license from safekeeping in order to reopen in approximately 1 week. This is for Barracks Road Joys, formerly John Boyle, license number 120810/126828. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review a letter of request to change the hours of operation only to open earlier for coffee and breakfast service. This is for Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review request for approval to provide a gift of T-shirts with restaurant logo and Monkey Shoulder logo that does not exceed $500 in value to Tonic at Quigley's. The request has been, their license number is 075297. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. All right. So let me see what's the next agenda item. So let's do our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the license for the reason. We're in our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the license for the reasons outlined below. West End Cinema Beverage Service, license number 100805. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that we cancel the license. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. So let's now move to our vacate cease and desist orders agenda. The ABC board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on July 27th, 2022. Asafo's Palace, license number 112748. Legal proceedings involving the licensee concluded and the license now permitted to reopen. I therefore make a motion that the board vacates the cease and desist order. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 33 one-day temporary license and substantial change requests. And so since there's no opposition to any of the requests on this docket, I make a motion that all 33 license requests on this docket be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. So let's move to the board's licensing administrative docket. On the board's licensing administrative docket for December 6th, there are 22 applicants on this specific docket. And without objection, I make a motion that the board approves all the requests on this docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. We now move to the board's cease and desist agenda cultivation center license. The ABC board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following license for the reasons outlined below. The first establishment is Abatin Wellness Center, DBA Molucca Farms. It's a cultivation center. The license number is 117365. The licensee did not register for manufacturer license. Manufacturing activities are separately licensed. The second establishment is District Growers. It's a cultivation center, license number 117370. The licensee did not register for a manufacturer's license. Manufacturing activities are separately licensed. I therefore make a motion that ABC board issues cease and desist orders to the two licensees that were just placed in record. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And we now move to our final agenda item for the day. And this is the medical cannabis licensing agenda. The first request on this agenda, it's request to review conditional social equity courier license application submitted after closing of the relevant open application period. This is for PD Solutions LLC. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of standard application for conditional cultivation center license. To be determined, this is for Comadre, license number 126765. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of social equity application, social equity Applicants request to change classification from standard to conditional manufacturer license. This is for Amsterdam's ABCA LLC, license number 125447. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of social equity application request to change classification from standard to conditional manufacturer license. This is for Amsterdam's ABCA LLC, license number 125446. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of standard application for conditional courier license. This is for Curbside LLC, license number 126543. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of standard application for conditional manufacturer license. This is for Botanical Extraction and Consulting, LLC, trade name Herban and Company, license number 126891. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of standard application for conditional cultivation center license. This is for Botanical Extraction and Consulting, LLC, trade name Herban and Company, license number 126892. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. On the same agenda, this is now the social equity courier application, which is number 8. Review of a social equity application for new courier license. This is for Green Guard, license number 126798. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're on the same agenda, but now we're going to be dealing with the social equity retailer applications. The first, which is now number 9, which is review of social equity application for a new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Embers LLC, license number 126772. I make a motion that we placard this. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is Mr. Nice Guys, license number 126755. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 11, review of social equity application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for Don Fuego, license number 126790. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 12, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Up Smoke, the second LLC, I'm sorry, license number 126850. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. Number 13, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is Up Smoke the Fourth LLC, license number 126975. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 14, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Wash Hypo, license number 126952. I make a motion that we refer this back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're still on the agenda item, but now we're dealing with the standard retailer applications. The first matter on the number 16 is a review standard application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for District Gaslight, license number 126785. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 16, review standard application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Chill Tobacco, license number 126788. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 17, review of standard application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Doobie District, license number 126751. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 18, review of standard license application for new retailer license delivery endorsement. This is for Firehouse DC, license number 126791. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 19, review of standard license application for new retailer license to delivery endorsement. This is for Georgetown's Supply, license number 126906. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 20, review of standard license application for new retailer license delivery endorsement. This is for Wishing Wellness DC, license number 126747. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 21, review of standard license application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Sequential LLC, trade name Desert First, license number 126813. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to a licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 22, review of standard license application for new retailer license delivery endorsement. This is for Cafe Angelique, license number 126824. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And number 23, review of standard license application for a new retailer license with delivery educational testing, safe use treatment facility, and summer garden endorsement. This is for Violet City, license number 127008. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're now at the end of our agenda item. And so if there's no further business, I will close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on December 13th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for December 13th, as published in the DC Register, as published in the DC Register on December 8th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participate in our hearings today and our board members for their attention. We're now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.